I think is a good one. So this is my initializer. Okay, so basically the idea I had is that I could procedurally generate my stars based on their stellar coordinates. So to do that, I need to go. Close this. Solar system. Alright, so like on the solar system, hide this. Generate a new value. And we'll call these the okay, we'll just do 3. We'll start it at so for these, the X and Y can be the same. I think it's the Z that has to be restricted. Let's take a look. I should have them in. Okay. These are the digits we got to work with. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I think 3 digits. 3 digits. I could do 4, 4, and 100. What about, what's the difference? So the idea here is I got to come up with a way to deterministically from the location seed everything else. So rather than using a seed, or no, it's not exactly right. Rather than using the seed directly, I'll use the location to generate a seed. And that means that like every star in every location in the universe will be slightly different. But not only that, I will make logic tell you if there's a star there or not in that specific coordinate, and then I'll be able to do things like get all the stars within 1,000 stellar units of the player's system and things like that. But I gotta figure out the math. So calculator, notepad, calculator. What the fuck? Notepad. Okay, there we go. So So how many digits do I have to work with total? 2, 1, 4, 7, 4, 8, 3, 6, 47, minus 2, 1, 4, 7, 4, 8, 3, 6, 48. Okay, this is our total space. So we're gonna do I'm just thinking because the space can be bigger. No, it can't. Okay, so this is our maximum. We have a 429 height. Four, 3, 3, 3, and then use the last one for size. Maybe. Would that look weird? So I'm basically trying to figure out how to encode the search space I have, which is this, into 5 values, X, Y, Z, and a seed for the color and a seed for the size. So or a seed for the number and the size, the color and the size. So this is how we'll break it down. We have 10 digits. Three digits for the coordinates gives me the other option is that I could do a set of seeds based on the location. So what if I did something like has 3 integers. It gives me a much bigger potential galaxy size, which is nice. It could maybe hey man, so I'm trying to puzzle out the math here. I had an epiphany last night that I could basically make a random generator that will generate just a few things. So I can base it on an XYZ. Those would be like galaxy coordinates. And I can make a random number generator that will deterministically, based on the coordinates, randomly decide if there's a star there or not, decide the color and the scale and the luminosity of the star up front. And then I was reading a forum, and it was talking about a guy that managed to generate procedural star cube maps based on making 6 planes around the user and then casting rays to the actual like stellar coordinates of the stars scaled up. So you could, once you have that logic to deterministically go from a stellar coordinate to a color, a size, and a luminosity, then you have everything you need along with the distance function to determine the brightness that star should be, where it should be in your night sky, and things like that. And the cool thing about that is when you warp to that star, you would be able to look back behind you in the same direction you warped and find the star you came from and go back to it, because at that point the star field would not just be a randomly generated image, but rather like an image generated from the actual locational data of the stars. And that's what I'm trying to kind of puzzle out in my head right now, because I want to get it on paper. So like, this is my integer range. The random streams use an integer, so whatever I do has to translate to this. But I could do something along the lines of so I could either, there's a couple ways I'm looking at it. I have 10 digits to play with. I could like split it into pieces. So first digit controls, first digit can be from -2 to 2, so that's 4 values. I guess there's nothing stopping me from using different pieces of it as a seed. No, it has to be separate. So like, basically what I'm thinking about is like, how can I turn 3 coordinates into a seed number that will be in these ranges? So like, for instance, this could be Z index, X index, Y index, and then I have one more value that I can play with for like scale or something like that. And then, so my solar, I don't know. I made some breakthroughs last night. I don't know if you saw, but I have procedurally generated star now. Alright, so I have this solar system. Inside that solar system, it has a star initializer. I give the solar system a seed, 57. I hit go, and I get a star. But if I do, shit, where'd it go? fucking seed go? Okay, so obviously that one's blue. I just... What? Seed? Bullshit, there's no seed. Did I break it? Oh, I did. Okay. That's fine. But this would also be really important information to be able to construct a galaxy map. You need to know where the stars are. So we need a function. I'm just going to do this. Yeah, I have a shitload of connecting nodes for sure. Actually, my arm fucking hurts. Like, no joke. All right. Okay, so in we're taking 3 ints. Let's go look at my numbers again. It's going to determine the ranges. So we'll move backwards. This is the least significant digit. This is the only one. Like, I could keep this one between -1 and 1 and keep all my bounds and ranges that way in easily. So we're just going to do that. So these are going to be 3-digit galactic X. I like that better. It sounds cooler. Galactic Y. All right, So this takes galactic X, Y, and Z. Y. Z. These are going to be ranges. Can I give a range? Yeah, like this. Value range. If I used 4, so it's fine for the Z space to be smaller. That's one thing that I was thinking about, because it just kind of squashes everything down flat, which is what most galaxies are like anyway. Maybe whoever kicked off our universal simulator coded it this way, but so like I could do 4, but see, now I only have 42 vertical space, which isn't super ideal. So I think we're stuck in the 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000, which would be what, 1 trillion? No, 1 billion. 1 billion coordinates. Or, I mean, it's actually 999. Actually, it's 999 minus negative 999. Squared. Oops. No. 999 times 2 times itself twice. So in the grid defined here, we would have about 8 billion coordinates. So internal variables. Occupied. Boolean. I really wish, hang on. Random. Can this take an N64? No. Yeah, we don't want to do that. We want this to be fully deterministic. So integer is, like it or not, our range. We could do a very flat galaxy with a much larger space if we use the 4-digit scale. So like if I did that, then this would be X, this would be Y, and this would be Z. So you would have basically 20,000, 42 divided by 20,000. Oops. 42 divided by 20,000. So your height of your universe is only 0.0021 of its width, and depth. Excuse me. So let's think about this. I'm frustrated. I would really like to be able to use like if I could get one more digit, it would be so much better. There is another option. And in the other option, rather than trying to use these three numbers to make one seed, I would use these three numbers to each make a seed, and then use the three seeds for everything. That increases my universe scale to potentially the integer max in all directions. So that would be like, sup man, I'm trying to get an epiphany I had last night onto paper. So I read about a guy that programmatically generated a star cube map based on actual stellar positions. And that got me thinking, like, I should be able to deterministically use a stellar position as my seed. And if I do that, then I could eventually do the same thing where I can make a cube map that is accurate to the actual to the actual where the star actually is. And then that would open up things like, oh, you want to warp between stars without a loading screen, for instance, or and actually doing the warp in the game rather than in like a load screen or something else. You could actually fly between the stars and things like that. But it all, and also if I ever want a galaxy map, I'm going to need this. So I'm kind of trying to work through the math. And I'm running into the issue. Yeah, this one is a little complicated. So the basic idea of making the cube map is if you have like a relative position of where all your stars are, you can say I know where I'm at, and I know relatively, let's say in light years, the position of the stars around me. Oops. Oh, come on. I'm only going to do two sides of the cube right now, but you'll get the idea. So I know relatively where the stars are around me, and I know where the origin for my solar system is. So if I wanted to procedurally generate the star map, I could cast I could take these coordinates, scale them up really big in the local space, but they just, like, you wouldn't be able to see any stars there. Like, I'm not making actual objects here. And then in the material, I can cast rays to each of these coordinate locations through these planes. And the intersection point with the plane, you render a star on the procedurally generated star map. And then when so like that would be something you do at initialization. So as you're initializing the solar system, you generate procedurally this cube map texture, and that becomes your star field, right? But the cool thing about this is if I ever warp to this star over here, when I generate this shape, the star field is going to change realistically. Like now I'm in a different location in the master space of the galaxy, but like whenever I look at a star, even though it's just a texture, it would correspond to something I could actually go to. And to do that, I need to change the way I seed the stars, or seed the solar systems, to seed them based on the coordinate rather than just a straight up int. And then, so let me pull. Oh, and you guys, I was working late last night. Well, not super late, but you missed some pretty cool stuff. So I got the stellar initializer done. So now I have a seed of 0. I hit play. I get this. If I put 10, I hit play. I get this. I put 69. I hit play. I get this. If I hit 666, I hit play. I get this. So all of that's driven off the seed, right? So now we're talking about how do we get that seed. So the idea here, I'm done with the star randomizer. I still got to do the planet, but I'm taking a pause because I'm going to change the way the whole system's initialized to where I generate my seed deterministically from the location in the galaxy space, which is kind of the long story short of what I was talking about. So like instead of just being an int here, you're going to take 3 ints as the galaxy coordinate, and I'm going to deterministically make a master seed out of those 3 values. So I'm just trying to figure out how to do that. Like I know, for instance, so I have 10 digits here, so I could do like -999 to 999x, 999, -999y, positive -z, but then I don't know what to do with this last digit right here. Maybe use it as like a salt or something, just like an extra randomization factor. But I really want it to be, I want to utilize the whole thing so that like when I enter in a coordinate, I'm always going to use all the 4 coordinates, because that's the only way that it's going to be like consistent. So I was thinking I could either do it this way, or instead of generating 1 seed, I could generate 3 seeds. And then the seeds could then that drastically increases your galactic scale, because you can use integer min max for X, Y, and Z. The problem is the seeds only take a 32-bit integer. So if I did 3 that can go from min to max and I combine them, then that's going to be way bigger than an integer can hold. I can't use that as a seed. But I could generate 3 seeds programmatically from each, and then just change which seeds I use through the rest of the randomization based on those 3 seeds. Yeah, this is so this is just another like late night idea that I had last night, and I don't know how it's gonna work yet, but I'm gonna try to hash it out today. Oh, this is cool too. So I got a bunch of problems with the star blueprint fixed, and now everything works the way that I expected it to. But I also got where to go? B star? The fuck? Where the fuck is it? Is this it? Oh my god. No fucking wonder. It's like, where the fuck? So I went through, and now that all this stuff works right, I don't have to set like high color values for these. I just need saturated colors. So if I go back out to the initializer class, excuse me, you can see that I've upgraded these, added more colors that it can be. These are basically going around the outside of the color wheel in a circle at a specific distance. So these are my core, and actually let's go ahead and copy this. So these are my potential core and shell colors. And then down here, what we do is we grab 2 random colors from this set and we warp them by a random amount, and that gives our shell color and our core color. So the cool thing there is, rather than only having 11 colors that this can make now, it can make any color that's a blend of any 2 of these colors in any degree. So the range of potential combinations is actually pretty huge. So this is why this number that I was talking about is important, because it's basically the max range of my seed. Random seeds at the moment. Right now I just plug it in by hand, but like I could also do, Platinum mentioned that I could do something like, and I think I will actually because it's cool, in here, right here, I could just do no. Okay, right. And then this. And actually it's like this. Okay. For true, set it like this. For false, set it like this. So now instead of having to punch it in manually, it's just random every time. So I run it. Oh wait, is it deterministic? It's deterministic. Hang on. Random manager. Random bool. My initializer class. Is it okay? So I've had this issue some where so Yeah, sort of. What I figured out is that basically, if you want stuff that will take effect in the editor, it's got to be in the construction script. I may be in the wrong place for this, but I also have noticed an issue where when I change these blueprints, sometimes I have to delete them from the scene and add them back. Before the changes will take effect, but obviously that's not this time. The other thing that I need to do here, viewport, this guy should be bigger. So something went wrong with the randomization here. Maybe. Solar system, so let's go to... I kind of wanted it on the construction so that I could eventually have a placeholder that would reflect like the randomized color and whatnot, but so let's try it. Yeah, so the issue here is that it's got to be changed at construction time. So let me see. Let me make sure that... Okay. I think it does go in the construction script because I'm setting all the stars values in its construction script, and the reason I do that is so that you can see the changes in the editor. So I do think this is... Because I know this was working with a user-provided value. I just got to figure out why. Thinking. I just got to figure out why this doesn't work right. I could go here and inside the initializer class I can add... Yeah, exactly. I just want to see the seed. After everything's done, I just want to see the seed. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is not the... It's over here. Alright, well there it was for a second. 96. 96. 96. 96. So it's deterministically finding the seed. Well, it's not that big of a deal because that's not even going to be the way it works. Like the seed will be deterministic. So, for instance, if I just change the way this works immediately right now, then I can do. So let's see. But I didn't figure out my scale yet for the X, Y, and Z. Yeah, so apparently random integer let's try this instead. This is better anyway. I don't need all this nonsense. Interesting. Could I deterministically go? So here's the issue, or the biggest challenge here is that everything has to be pretty lightweight because when I'm doing star calculation, I can't do a bunch of heavy calculations. It's because there's going to be thousands of stars to deal with. Yeah, it seems like it's just giving them in. I guess it's like it doesn't like it in it doesn't like the random inside the constructor script probably. Although I swear I've done that elsewhere. I'm using streams everywhere else. So let me think about this. This is almost where I think it would be almost easier in code because of all the string ops I'm going to have to do on this. So, like, three-digit coordinates and one remaining digit. Or, so I could either do no problem. So I could make 3 streams, one from each, and then I could randomly and then using one of the streams I could randomize a number between 0 and 2 and pick them out of indexes. So So if I made a function in here, can I use it from anywhere? Alright, so here I would have 3 random streams, and if I can deterministically, with one of those streams, generate a random number to pick between them to return printing it out in the construction does nothing when you start up. Yeah, I know that the print lines don't work in the constructor. The one that I currently have is in the begin play. Yeah, it's the I don't think the randomizers are initialized for any of the randomizers. I would suspect that if I generated the seed from here, like that it might work. Because at that point I would have an initialized random number generator. So let's see. I suspect that doing it like this will work, but we'll see. Well, hang on. Of course it's the same. The seed's the same. So if I go here and I expose these 3. Right now it's just Galactic X controlling the seed. But if I do 2. Okay, never mind. So randomization does not work at this point. You just can't count on any kind of random stuff to happen here, which is fine. Because it's not necessarily needed. And what I can do is right. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. To move the beefy like physically in the window so that it refreshes or some shit like that. It could also not be refreshing. Zero. 0 0 0. Okay. So the other option is I could spawn the star initializer here. Let's see what that would look like. No. Grumble, grumble. Yeah, we'll find out in a second. Because it's going to be spawn actor class. Star initializer. So basically in this case, we would be getting rid of this guy. And then my initializer needs to have at least the seed exposed. Nice. Wonderful. Now I just have to convert the whole project to 227 and we'll be good. Oops. Okay, it's still not going to randomize on startup because the fucking... It's still seeded. Oh, fuck. So let's do this. Damn. Yeah. Yep. So this is actually fine. It can go back to this way because I don't actually need to generate randoms here because the math to get a seed from these should be deterministic. So let's do that. So like toString So I got to figure out how to do a bunch of string operations here. That would probably be easier in code. Well, for now we can just do it like this. Append. No, not exactly. So, this is wrong. Shit. Zero, 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 1, 1, 1. Okay, that's all good. Over here, no, not you. Solar system, instruction script, star initializer. Like this is going to be fine, for instance, because all of this is deterministic. I just have to be careful with these numbers. So we'll do. This is too much. So the issue that I'm having is kind of dumb, a dumb one, but the integer is super awkward for turning it into a coordinate system because it's 10 digits max, and I need to divide those digits among 3 entities, which means that I either do 4 digits for 2 and 2 digits for 1. Which would probably be the way since the z-axis can be flatter. Or I do 3, 3, 3, but then I'm left with this. And I don't know what to do with this. Because like this whole number needs to be derived from the coordinate. So just for now, we'll just do this. This can be 4. Random int also be 10. Sure. The random integer can be anything in these ranges. That's my seed for everything else that's going to get generated. So these are our total possibilities. So to take these and deterministically turn them into a coordinate, I could, for example, have a wait, I'm thinking. Okay, I got it. I have to subtract half, basically. Yes, we will be appending a bunch of zeros to the strings. Right now, I'm just appending them, but I have to figure out this. So like, imagine you want to do this number from coordinates, right? And you have 15. Z 27.5 4x 12y, then at this point where I create the string, okay, let me pull this over here. So at this point where I create the string, I would be doing something along the lines of appending 2 zeros here, and then it becomes and there's your seed value between these two values. The problem I'm kind of running into is you end up with about 20,000 versus 42. So like your X and Y dimensions are 20,000 and your Z dimension is 42, which is a very, very flat galaxy. And the other issue I'm working with in my head is the negative, the ability for it to be negative. So what I'm actually looking for is integer max times 2. So I'll use a 64-bit int for that. It's 2147483 plus 2147483 So this is my actual range that we generate a number between. And then we subtract integer max from it. And that gives us our range on 0. Because I want to have positive and negative ranges for my coordinates so that I can always spawn the player at 0, 0. Oh man, this hurts my head. I got to think about it more before I go down this rabbit hole because there's a lot of things to consider here. The negative numbers is what I'm puzzling right now. Because, like, potentially this could be negative 3648 to 3647. I'm thinking, like, what if I did 3-digit coordinates and then I figured out how to use this number to somehow signal the positive or negative of those 3 coordinates? I don't know how that would look. I would have 2 numbers left if I use triples. So 3, 6, 9. No, actually. 3, 6. Is this right? 3, 6, 9. 3, 6, 9. Yeah, so I only have 1 number left over to deal with. With 2 numbers, it might have been possible. I mean, I could just map that number to... I have, in the range, I have -2 to 2. Or actually, not really. I have -1 to 1. So -1, 0, or 1. And that keeps me from exceeding the bounds of my integer. So I have 3 numbers that can be, but I have more than 3 states. I would have 3 to the 2nd. So I would have 9 potential negative positive states of the... So I actually can't. So the space that I have to work with this number, if I want all the rest of these numbers to be fully ranged, is -1, 0, and 1. Those are my options for using it to encode different positive and negative states of the other numbers. But I have 9 other numbers, or I have 9 possible positive and negative states.
So I can't do that, basically. I have to come up with a different way. So let's look at some different coordinates. Yeah, so I was just saying, so like I have 10 digits to play with to figure out this coordinate system if I want to build it the way that I'm thinking. So let's space these out. So I was thinking, like, how do I handle negatives in these three coordinates, right? And I was thinking, hey, maybe I can encode it with this last leftover digit, but I can't. So if I don't want this to exceed integer max, but I want these to be able to have their max and min values of like negative 999, positive 999, then I don't actually have 2's to work with here. I have 1's because that's going to stop it from ever overflowing its bounds. Okay? So I have these three numbers to work with in the first digit that I don't know what to do with yet. And I was thinking, hey, can I use these three numbers to figure out how to encode the positive and negative state of these three values? So either negative here, negative here, negative here, negative these two, negative this one, not this one. Okay, so you have a binary state across the system. Your possibilities are always going to be your n entries to the second for your binary state power. So I have 3 entries. That means my possible positive and negative combinations on those 3 entries would be 9, but I only have 3 possible values in my leftover digit to do encoding. So I don't have a way to map that digit to every combination of positive and negatives that can occur in the coordinates. It's just not mathematically possible. So what I'm trying to do is figure out how I work with the positive and negative sizes. The other option that I can do is rather than having these all max out at 999, positive and negative, they could max out at 500. Well, so we would have negative 999, positive 999. So I can't encode that, but I can do this. And then what you do to build your actual coordinate, you would have your actual coordinate can go this high. That means one of these has to be 5. So my actual coordinate can go this high. And I'm going to subtract 499, or actually, I'm going to add, so my number range is here, but before I make my seed out of it, we're going to add 499 to whatever the user provides. And just because it makes the math a little bit easier, I think I'm going to do it like this. So the user, you know what? Oh, it really bugs me to not have these be negative 500 and 500. For some, like, it arbitrarily bugs me. I guess I could just subtract 1. Nah. It needs to be true coordinate range. So if I do it this way, I can have the same, but I give up 1 slot. Not a big deal. So if I rolled my max of 499, then my output would be 998. Max, and your min would be 0. So what's that look like? Galactic X. So let's so that's 998. What kind of galaxy size does that give me? So assume each of these integers is 1 light year, for instance. 998 times itself twice. So we would have a galaxy size of 994 billion light years. No, 994 million light years, excuse me. Using this scale. If we decided on a flat, and it still doesn't give me a solution for what, so let's look at the other possibility here, and that's that we use 4 digits for the x and y. Okay, whatever. I thought I'd be able to copy it, but sure. And with those two, if we go back to our notepad, scratch work, if I did it this way, then we end up with alright, and we have to shave off a digit from this one to keep it inside our bounds. So like if this never goes higher than 20, then I should never exceed, like I can make these whatever, and I will never exceed the bounds. So z negative 20. Oh wait, but if I want it oriented around the 0 axis, it has to be negative 10 to 10. And then so whatever the user passes in, for these we'll add 499 to it, 4999. Yeah. And then same thing. So we're basically normalizing our values to positive ranges. And finally, this guy is just 10. So our galactic Z is going to be between 0 and 20. Our galactic X is between 0 and 9,998. And our galactic Y is between 0 and 9. Okay, and then the fun part of this is 9,998, 9998 times itself times 20. Okay. In this coordinate scheme, we have the additional doing something with that last digit that I didn't know what to do with. Takes us from about 900 million to about 2 billion coordinate spaces in the galaxy. And you could think of each of these representing like a 1 light year by 1 light year grid square. For instance, like if you want to visualize it in a 3D array of squares. So like so like one cube in this space. It's like indecipherable, but okay. So this normalizes us all to positive ranges. Put them all together, and what do you get? Another month older, deeper in debt. So this should never build a number, as long as the numbers are in the are in the ranges. We can actually test this. That's greater than max integer. So we should get an error. If it exceeds the castable range, I think. So let's see. Negative 499. Solar system. So it's 0, 0, 0. This would actually be wrong. Our solar middle is here. This would be like our 0 in the coordinate system. Wait. No, that's not right. I'm doing the operations on these. This is like our true, this is what our 0 will be. So when I do this, it should be 10, 499, 499, whatever. Oh, that didn't work. Did I do something wrong? Did I not save it? Compile it. It's always the same. Now if I move this, fuck. So the maximum. This is extremely confusing to me. Did I derp? Set it still max, which is confusing to me. So what if I just take this block? I want to see what set seed cast star initializer. When in doubt, just move pins around to make them neater. Sorry. I don't know. It's hard for me, like, trust me, it's hard for me to explain too. I don't, like, it's especially hard since, like, I barely grasp it. So, like, it's always, like, right at the edge of my brain and, like, threatening to slip away from me. Like, see somewhere and start typing what you need. Oh yeah, I do that. I do that too. I'm so confused because I need to see what this value makes. New string concatenation of A, B, and C. We take this math, integer to string. Can I log things in the construction script? Maybe. Log simple text. Because I know I can't print string here. Can I add a watch? Damn. Like, you can save the... Yes, that's true, that's true. I could do that. Okay. Basically, all we're trying to do is come up with a system that will that will take three integer coordinates, and deterministically generate a seed based on those three coordinates. That's all I need. Once that's working, you can do a lot of other stuff with it. And it has to generate a seed inside the int32 range. because all the random streams, that's what they take. So this is like the simplest way I could think of to do it with, is literally just putting them together. Like convert it to a string, stick them to each other. Wait. I know it's wrong. I know why it was always minimum or maximum, and I know why it's wrong. So it'd be real bad looking at this number. The order you append these is very important. Not necessarily these two. These don't matter. But this one is very important. And if you say appended one of these in the front, it's going to fuck you up. Because the maximum is 2.1 billion or whatever. And this would be 4.7 billion, which means that you would just get the max int when you parse it. And I'm appending it, and this is probably going like, it's like for text, so it's going left to right. So what I'm actually doing is appending the x and the y then the z. So all that has to happen is, oops, z, y, x. And we got to remember when we want to decompose the, because we can go backwards from the seed to the coordinate as well, right? Because we know this formula. So we can take a random seed and we can tell where it would be in the universe. And all this is really important for building like a true to life galaxy map that shows where all the stars are and shit like that. So let's try that. I missed it. Yep, okay. So you see these are all the maxes that we set. Damn it. Hang on, I'm gonna print screen. Open up my most important tool again. Okay, these are the two max values we set, and we don't allow it to use 1 because we want to keep it in range. Like if this went to 1, it'd be out of range because these max values are over like the rest of the significant digits of the max int. But since this significant digit is an order of magnitude bigger, we can just drop one of those from both sides of the range, and now it'll always be in range. So you could read this as stellar coordinate z20, y9998, and it would actually be z coordinate 10, y 4999, and x is the same, or something like that. I think 4999 is right. I could be wrong, but it's close. Okay, so now we have a seed based on the stellar coordinates. And the idea here is like so what that means is that I now have a galaxy of stars basically, right? With coordinates, because all a star is a seed number. And there will be no repeating seeds in the system because it's a coordinate system. And so like you basically already sort of have the galaxy map. Using this information, I can determine the distance from one star to another star just based on their seed number. Or and then what I'm going to do, using this number, I can go through some more stuff to determine some other stuff deterministically. So I can determine if a star is spawned there at all, right? Like I can say I can have like a 10% chance that a star spawns in a given location, and make that randomization also deterministic based on based on like the entire universe seed. And then if you want multiple galaxies, you can just change that second seed, and now you have like the ability to generate multiple entire galaxies. Like, I love this. This is so cool. So like, okay, file, new, don't save. So let's think about what this would look like. On a smaller scale. Okay, so we have a three-dimensional grid of cubes. Let's say each one's a light year, right? And inside each of those cubes, inside each of those cubes, it has the chance to spawn a solar system. So let's say for each light year cube, we give it like a point, like a 5% chance to spawn a solar system there. And all that is a deterministic Boolean based on the seed of that location, right? So you're going to either have a solar system or not have a solar system. And that Boolean is randomized to where it'll be true 5% of the time and seeded with the cell location. That tells you if you got a solar system or there or not, right? Then you can take the location itself and push that into your solar system initializer as a seed and get a random solar system for that location if it succeeds that 5% check. And what you end up with is a deterministically random cloud of star systems that are randomized through a galactic scale space. And then that galaxy scale space that's like the logic that's choosing if something spawns there or not and seeding everything else can also be seeded. So at that point you could say generate galaxy number 0, and it would generate you a galaxy of star systems that's completely different if I say seed galaxy number 1 all the way again up to that same number we were looking at a minute ago with like negative 2 billion, positive 2 billion, and you could have that many galaxies. And the great thing is you don't have to hold any of that shit in memory because it's all math. And what that means is that if say I want to, so let's hang on, file new, don't save. So look in top down because it's easier to draw. And it'll work for this. So this is when it gets really crazy, right? If I know the player's like here, right? I could say, okay, I want to know the state of every system within 2 blocks of the player. Or let's say 1 block for close stars. And it would actually be many more blocks than 1 block. But like 1 block away for close stars. And 2 blocks for medium stars. Etc. So now I could actually map that space around the player. Like if they zoom out to the galaxy map, I could just have a little grid of cubes with a light if there's like a star in that slot. So you've got a galaxy map. you have relative warp distances. So I know that if I want to go to a star over here, it's going to take me longer than going here. And the other fun thing is when you start talking about, instead of 1 square away, let's talk about 100 squares away and then 1,000 squares away. I can take those calculations and I can run them through a loop, and I can generate a cube map like the one I'm using here at runtime, but based on those actual positions. So the stars that you would see on your cube map here would actually correspond to stars in that 3D coordinate space. And then you could start talking about the math, or like the trickery involved to, say, be able to warp from star to star without a load screen, or things like that. Because you could say, like, once they pass a certain velocity, you could scale everything down and start like shifting the actual pieces around once you know what they're going to. It's a lot. It's a lot of work to do, but like, I love this kind of stuff. So like, this is all really exciting for me because it just means that I have such a long period of time to play around with these crazy statistical math models. Yeah, so the way I'm thinking that you would do it, just like off the top of my head, is that once you have your coordinate system, you can determine a relative distance to between the stars, and then you could have a curve that like animates your warp between the two stars. So like, what you would do is you would only ever be spawning the star system that you're in currently, except when you're warping. When you warp towards a star, we go ahead and spawn that solar system, like with the actual meshes and shit. And we scale as you get further away. We go ahead and scale down the solar system you're in, and we scale down that system, and then we move you across that world space that we were just talking about. And then you would also have to do other stuff, like every time you cross into a new grid on the world map, you would have to recalculate your skybox. So that might actually not be feasible, because I suspect that'll probably need a load screen. But you could just not show the skybox, and you would be able to warp between the actual two-star systems. So then, like, you animate the world around you at that point. Like, while you're warping from Star System 1 to Star System 2, you shrink them both, and then you set them at relative distances to whatever distance they are at in the actual grid. So, like, if I shrink everything in the world by 10, all of a sudden, all my distances are an order of magnitude bigger, right? I have 88 million kilometers to work with, but that's not going to be enough for interstellar. So you could shrink everything by like 100. Yeah, I'm still gonna do the warp tunnel. Like, this is all just like crazy fucking pipe dream ideas that I'm talking about right now. Like the idea of being able to warp from seamlessly from one star tunnel to the other one. When inside doing it the way that I'm gonna do it, yeah, when inside the tunnel, that's when you would generate your cube map, and that's when you would. You don't even have to do that. You just reinitialize the system you're in with a different seed. No. I wasn't talking about for this. I'm not intending to make non-load screen interstellar travel, but I'm saying that with the data I have here, you could do that. Yeah, it's not even that hard, man. You don't have to teleport at all. You just reinitialize the system you're in with the new seed. Like, you never have to load more than one system. Yeah, but, like, yeah, the insane task. I'm not saying that I'm going to do that. But like what I am saying is that once you have this, you have a relative distance, right? And let's say these scales are 100 times bigger than the scales in the star system. Well, if I create a star system, if I scale everything I have down to 100 times, and then I create a star system at this relative distance in the new coordinate scale, and then I animate the ship flying from here to here, and then as I get like right here to here, I start scaling everything back up, right? Then you could accomplish flying from one star by warp to another star accurately with no load screens. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying you could. I might do. I will probably take a crack at making a custom cube map material based on like the way the star system is. Because like you don't need to draw every star in the system. You could just get, I want all stars within 100 blocks of my, well, let's see, the system is what, 4 digits. So I would do like, I want all stars within 10 blocks of me, all stars within 100 blocks of me, and all stars within like 300 blocks of me. So that would be, my brain is fried right now. So that would be 300,000. So that's 300,000 points. These would be bright. These would be medium. And these would be dim. And then you can go into your material and cast rays to all these points and intersect them with planes and build a cube map. So like you're sitting in the middle of 4 planes. You have the relative positions of all these points, so you just have to scale those relative positions to where they would be outside of here in the correct places. And then you can scale them on relative brightness, and we can also deterministically generate the colors, so we can get all the colors. And with that, you can make a star field. And then when I warp from this star to this star and I rebuild my star field, this star would be in the place you would expect it to be after having traveled in a straight line to this star. Like you turn around backwards and you would be looking right at your home star again, and you could warp right back. So I think you've got it. It's going to be a very flat galaxy. I mean, galaxies are disks, usually. This is going to be flat though. So, I'm thinking, yeah, it really would be, because it's like, it's almost 10,000 wide and almost 10,000 long, but it's only 20 deep. Okay, so the next thing I gotta do, this will generate duplicate entries. If I do it like this, I think. Would it? Could it? Yeah, because I could have like, I don't want to do that. Let's leave these. Basically, I have to append the additional trailing zeros. This always has to be 4 digits in order to not repeat. So I'm gonna have to see how to do that in Unreal. Append in zeros in
front of integer UE5. How to add zeros to unused money. Okay, perfect.
Casting it into text, cast it into a string. As a string, you can use len to get the number of characters in the string as an integer. When the string is less than the minimum display digits, subtract the len of the string from the minimum display digits.
This one's fine the way it is.
This is how many extra zeros I'm going to need. So if the string is length 3, it means I need 1 0, 2, 2 zeros, 3, 3 zeros. Okay, that's fine. And then
So this will always be at least 1. So that means the most zeros we could add would be 3. Is this inclusive or not inclusive? I don't know. Oh no. Do I need to -1 this or not? Who knows? We'll figure it out. No. I need a variable. Okay, I need 2 variables actually. thinking. There's probably a better way to do this than just appending a 0 and then looping and then appending 0 and having to do that loop for each one. Is there a way I can do it? I'm trying to think if there's a way I can do it all at the same time. Because, like, this right here, I only have to do it on 2 of them as well. Break all pin links. This right here gives me the number of zeros I need in front. I could definitely do like a switch. But nah. Okay, so here's this. I feel like this is where I would be more at home in actual code. Get something like that. Sure. I could probably turn this into a function instead of repeating it. No, it doesn't like it.
That'll work. Sure, no problem. Let's see. Yep. No. And then Z is easy. I'm just gonna want this later. Oops. So now we can test it by doing like 500 negative 10. Wait, what am I printing? UE 25 right to output log. No, that was just wrong. Okay, let's see that again. And actually, why don't I just go in here, in here. That way I can keep seeing it. Okay, that's not the right amount of digits. There should be... Hold up. Something wrong. Did something wrong. Oh yeah, I did the same shit I did the first time. This is in reverse. Gotta remember that. DYX. Let's try that again. What? Oh. Yeah, I see what's wrong. Couple things are wrong. What does it look like? What? That makes no sense. Makes even less sense than it was making before. So in my loop body, we get the galactic makes sense.
200. Let's do some debugging. Full up. Okay, there it is. Simple, 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 simple. Just missing something. Everything makes sense now. Everything makes sense. Back over here. Do 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 do. Galactic X. Wrong. It's this one. Everything makes sense. Everything makes sense.
That part's handled. This part. Okay, now it should work. So here we got 2004989054499, and here we got 2147483648. Okay, I know it's wrong. So remember a minute ago when I was like, is this inclusive or exclusive on the loop? Well, it's exclusive. Or no, it's inclusive. No, stop. Stop. If 1 is 0, if 1 is 1, that number would be 3. We start at 0, we iterate on 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, which would be 4. So we end up with 5 digits. The only question is, if that's at 4, that becomes if it's 4 digits,
the length is for, I'm subtracting that from a literal int 4, and then I'm subtracting 1 again, which is going to be a negative last index. That means that my shit's not lining up right, I think. Well, let's just see what happens. I guess I didn't build it. Save, compile. Oh, galactic. Oh. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. So what I should have probably done instead of adding another pin, pen 3 and 3. Then, oh wait, no, just do it like this. 4, 1. Bam, now it all makes sense. I think. This is confusing. Looks good. Alright, now what if I go in here and I max these and I max this? Seems to work. And what if I minim? That's your true 0. Our 0, 0, 0 looks like this. Alright, that's still our coordinates. Now, is it working to change the star I didn't see? Stop. Go. No, not exactly. Got it.
Should be the same star each time. Yep. All right. Cool. I don't know if you caught that. This corresponds to zero coordinate. So what you're seeing is the seed, but the seed is coming from deterministically using the XYZ. So like if I go to max, it's always going to be this star. And if I go to min, it's always going to be this star. And I can go back to either one, and I don't have to like hold the settings in memory or anything, and I just get it right back. So that's our galactic coordinate space. So this will be the player's default seed here. You start in the dead center. And I can fuck with it to spawn a more interesting star for the home system, but right now that's the star that I get for the galactic center. So the next thing I want to do, right now, I'm generating the colors and such. The color, size, and luminosity are generated inside the star. I need some kind of a wrapper around that so that I can generate just those values, because I'll need them for like the star's like distance specifications. Like I don't need to generate a whole star, but I need to do the math to find what color the star is going to be, how big it is, and how bright it is. Or maybe just how big it is and what color would be enough to make it, to use it in a material. So to do that, I gotta think, because I think the way the seed works is it's like you basically have a cloud of random, or like a series of random numbers, and the seed is changing your position in that series so that like each time it gets called, it gets the next random number. And I'm not sure how to reverse engineer it. I don't want to have to make the whole, like, I don't want to actually spawn the actor. Yeah. What I really want or need here is the ability to do all of this stuff divorced with the actual step that spawns the star in. Because this is going to serve two purposes. The first purpose is to actually spawn the star system. But the second purpose is to look at a coordinate and figure out what color the star would be in that coordinate. I mean, color would be minimum. And maybe like how big it is. And if there would be a star there at all. Need a Reese's cup. Think about it. The problem I'm thinking about right now is like I'm using all these random values and ranges from a stream. And as long as I initialize this stream with a 1, then whatever order it does these in, so if this is done first, this will always be the same. If this is second, it's always different. If this is third, it's always different. But if I wanted to get this again, I can't. Because I'm already progressed in the series. So like the sets for the values that I need external to the actual star generation need to be broken out into like another layer and then passed down. I don't have to calculate like all of this stuff and this stuff, but I need this stuff and this stuff a layer up. So that I can initialize it without actually generating the system. And I am not sure how to go about doing that yet. It's already in a wrapper. It feels a little silly adding another wrapper. I have a struct with all values, that way you can always read from the base struct. That might work. Yeah, it might. I'm just like, the dimensionality of the complexity keeps going up every time we... So it's like, I'm barely holding the pieces together in my brain as it stands. I'm just really trying to wrap my head around how this should work. I'm in a state with, like, this is like about... I feel like this is about... It's like stretching up against the limits of what my brain can do. Because, like, every time I feel like I get one idea in focus, like, I lose other ideas, like, they fall off the edges. So, I have an idea. Oh, I think I have an idea. What if I added a boolean to star initializer? And he's going to need it anyway. And the boolean can indicate whether or not you're going to spawn a star and do all the calculations, or if you're only going to do the distance calculations. Yeah. All right. So all of this is on one branch. Actually, sure. This isn't good enough. Because it's gonna need this anyway. Thinking. Oh, I gotta go grocery shopping today, and I don't want to. I don't actually need this one. That moment when you're like, oh, should I do this for everything? then you're like, in your head, you're like, yeah, the answer is yes, you should. Oops. Check, check, check. Show color. Flare count, flare velocity. These 8 more floats. So this way I can just initialize all the random values one time. And I'll have to order them differently. Like, because the order that you call the random streams matters. So like the stuff that we always want to do will have to be first. Because otherwise the order you call it could change depending on which version you call. Okay, so core luminosity set. 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 Luminosity, fall off, peak height, noise speed. No, they're not. Can I do this? No. Fuck. Sad panda. Gonna give myself carpal tunnel. Like, no joke. I would settle for just being able to drag 10 variables onto the screen as getters or setters at the same time. You can do it in some views, but you can't do it in this view. At least, I don't know how to do it in this view. I don't have the experience to definitively say you can't do it. CRTI? No, I don't know what that is. How'd that work? You like hold control while you drag it and it just automatically does... Ah. That's neat. Yeah, I got it. Tracking. No, I don't want to do it that way. Float. Hold both and you get both. Oh, that's neat. So... and that makes sense because you do a lot of like get, update, set type shit. Great, so now this guy is totally like, I don't gotta worry about anything on him. He's all plugged in. So these are all values you will only need if you're spawning the star. let's see, where's my, this is core color. No. And this one is up with the rest of them. Oops. Okay. So the order is important. The order that the fields are generated is important, which is why core is attached here and shell and size are going to be on another branch above it. So we'll calc size first here. And we'll set, that's gonna go up. No. Oops. Something like that. So if we spawn this with the contain star flag off. So this is actually not right because it's gonna need a contain star variable of its own because not all of these. Or do I handle that at the solar system level and just let these always? No, because this is what's doing the math as well to calculate all this shit. So like I'm gonna need this to be able to tell from the solar system if it contains a star. So that's another thing it has to calculate. And so before any of this happens, but not quite. It's close, but it's not quite there. So the other thing I got to think about is the user's home system where they spawn initially in the game will always have to have a star. And that system is going to be 0, 0, 0, which will correspond to a very specific seed. I don't remember what the seed was, but maybe things will work. No, they're broken as expected. What was my default? Shit, I don't remember. String. All right, so I just need to know what my I think what my okay, so this is my 0 location. 10 499 4999 4999 10 499. Okay. Oops. Oopsie. No. So if either it rolls successfully that it contains a star, or it's exactly equal to the 0, 0, then set contains star. Oh, Jesus. Alright, so the home address always has a star no matter what. Everywhere else will roll based on the chance. We're going to set the color and the size no matter what, because we need those externally. Like, we can spin up a star initializer with a seed that we want to look at in the galaxy dimensions, and even if it... oh, fuck. It needs to override. Because with this, if I initialized it with a dimension that would contain a star, then I would instantiate the star, which I don't want to do. So here, down here, chance to contain star and override star spawn. This can be integer. Just a boolean. It's easier. I take this off by default. This would be exposed. This would be exposed. This can go in here. It's fine. Okay. So now we feed it a seed, a chance to contain a star, and a flag. If and not it, I think. I still want to set that it contains it, but I have to do and not. So if the do not spawn star flag is not checked and it contains a star, render the star. Otherwise, don't render the star. Okay, I think that'll do it. So now I can go should build a detailed log. So I'm gonna need to see this from outside but not set it. I'm gonna need to see this from outside but not set it. We'll just leave them off for now. And see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Excuse me. Damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, that's as many as you can do, huh? Alright. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, just fuck it. We'll just do it like this. Damn. I'm a fool. Or actually, size, then colors, then flares, then luminosity. when it's all done, we can take a look at the state of the object. And then okay, it goes away real fast. And now I would expect, go back here. Let's up this a bit so that I don't get too lost. But I would suspect now that I'll see a few that don't exist. Or that's what I would hope to see. Ah, found one that doesn't exist. In reality, the ones that don't exist would in the game way outnumber the ones that do. So you could basically think of us as like scrolling through the universe coordinates for solar systems right now and seeing if one spawned there or not. Okay. Okay. So, and there's two I want to do actually. Back here we have do not spawn star. Do I care about forcing it to spawn? I don't think so, because I have logic to always spawn it in the place that I'm going to spawn the player, which would be the galactic center. So I'll always have a star here no matter what. Everywhere else will be you traveling to existing star locations. Okay. I think star initializer is done. Oh, the other thing I wanted to try was, let's say in my solar system, not here, in my event graph here, let's say I wanted to find the nearest stars from my location. How would I go about doing that? Well, have the location in integers, and I know what the ranges of those integers are. So nested for loops. We don't care about the 0 index because that's where we're at. Actually, it'll be minus 100. So I'm gonna try to extract some information from 100 light years around the spawning star, and I'm gonna see like how many stars there are in that space. So minus 100
plus 100. X index. And then the stellar initializer was taking in, let's see, where did I build the XYZ? Here. Built that here. That's when everything's over. At any given point, this is my X, this is my Y, and this is my Z within the body here. So it's this will have to be the same across everything. In fact, I don't think I even exposed that one actually. If you want to change it, you'll just have to change it in this class to keep it
working. Okay, here we go. So now I just have to build my seed again. So what I want to do is make a function inside here. Because right now I'm doing, no, not here, here. Inside here though. Because I'm doing this. This is not exactly the way I want it to work. Can change the way this works. So we can have a local variable in here. It's going to be string coordinate. I wonder if there's a better pin to collapse. Oh, I guess this just goes into output. You don't actually need this anymore, huh? Get rid of this. Not full string. you know. Z, Y, X. Something like this. So now I can go from the int to the string quickly. Looks good. Don't need this. Don't need these. Where's it in use? Yep. Beautiful. Here. So now I got this. And this cool little thing sets the seed. I don't need this anymore. It makes it nice and clean. And I'm gonna reuse the shit out of this function to get seeds from galactic XYZs. Nice and tight and compact. Now, can I delete in spawning and deleting an actor? Because I don't need it after I read the values. Spawn and delete actor UE5. Is there just like destroy? Yay! There is. Alright. So my logic here is that I can spawn this actor given a seed, which would look like this. Where did I spawn him? I read some values from him and then I destroy him. So I need this guy. Okay, so like we're deep inside a nested for loop. This is a triple nested for loop. So it's like this is iterating through a 3D array basically. Loop body will read the galactic X, Y, and Z, generate us a string coordinate that should correspond to the seed needed. I'm gonna need a transform. It doesn't matter what it is, so we'll just get then I have to it's the cast a child actor shit. Not here. Oh no, I'm going to spawn much more than that. Yes. But they're not going to have anything in them. Like, they're not going to I don't know if this is... Like, there could be wrapping stuff in Actor that makes this less efficient than another way to do it. But I'm just using it for calculations. So like when I check this button, it shouldn't. Let's go look at the construction again here. Event graph. Okay. So when this guy spawns, if this is flagged, it's never going to enter into this true part of the branch, which calculates all these things and then spawns the star. So it'll never hit this as long as that flag is set. It'll only calculate the size and the shell color, which are the things I need to generate a star map with them, because like I need to know, like, I mean really the only thing I truly need is the color, and then you could just do it on distance. Like the intensity of the point of light could be increased the closer it is to you. But I'll do like distance and size, right? So going back here, I don't know, like this might just blow up the game. Like it's possible that I'm gonna have to make like a little math subclass that only does the calculations that you then provide to the star initializer or something like that. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to work or not. But I am going to destroy them each loop. So I'm going to spawn one, read from it, and destroy it. So next, is there no way to like get rid of them? Oh, that's fine. It'll just get taken out with the trash, right? Whenever a garbage collects, they'll just be cleaned up because there won't be any references to them anymore. If it works like I might be able to elucidate on that a little bit because I've dealt with some garbage collection stuff before. If it works like most garbage collectors, it holds whatever, and there's like an upper limit, and once you hit that limit, it starts garbage collecting and cleaning shit out. But garbage collection is a pretty quick equation, and this isn't going to be a huge actor because it's not going to be spawning any static meshes or anything, I don't think. Actually, shit, it has its scene even if it's not spawned, huh? I got it. I know what to do. I got it. This is the way. Where's my first read? Okay, so the random stream, right, is actually just an ordered list of random numbers that it generates ahead of time. And then every time you read from that random stream, like you read a float or you read an integer, it's getting the next, it's like updating the index for that set of random numbers. So like they have a big ass set of floats, they have a big ass set of integers, and they're all ordered. And that's how they can do the deterministic randomization, because your seed is basically just the index in that list you start at for all the lists. The problem with that is once you've read from it, it randomizes again. So like when I randomize, for instance, if I seed this and I call a function that randomizes the shell color, then that will give me one random linear color, probably built from some other randomization shit, but it'll give me one randomized linear color from my list. And then at that point, if I were to try to do the exact same operation I just did again with the same speed, the same seed, and I tried to do that again, like if I looped back over and I did the same thing I just did, it will be a different color now. So if I need a function to read, to basically generate these numbers once and be accurate. And that means that the order that all the randomization calls, if I break out a function, has to be exactly the same as this. What I'm thinking about is like all the randomization that's happening here. So like basically every one of these boxes can be broken down into a function. And then I could just invoke the function outside. So like how this is setting size and shell color, that's the end result of this. So it would just be this part. But I'm not going to be able to make that a function, huh? Huh? No, I guess I can. Okay, so we'll call this calculate okay, so one thing to think about is like we're not really for the solar system we're not really like saving anything. You know, like it has a seed. When we look at that point, that's how it will be. The when you're are we like in an area when you save the seed and you want to return to that system? Yeah, that would be part of it for sure. I need to be able to look at a point in the map and figure out the properties of the star at that point in the map without having to spawn the star. Does that make sense? So, like, I have that 3D array, let's say light year size cubes, and I need to be able to point at any point in that array and have it tell me, like, the star color here is this, the star size here is this, basically. And that lets me do things like build a galaxy map, build an accurate, procedurally generated star cube map for the sky sphere and things like that. But like the first step is like all the coordinates have to make sense and it has to work, you know, like and it all has to be deterministic. Like when you're in this cube of the map, there's always going to be a star that's red there. When you're in this cube of the map, there's always going to be a star that's green there, that kind of shit. And so like what I was doing was I was randomizing all my shit here, right, in the construction of the star. And it does have to do that. But the way it calculates that shit needs to be functions so that without like building this actor, I can take this function and calculate the same thing. You see what I'm saying? And then as long as I'm doing it in the right order, like as long as I seed a new stream with the new with the coordinate location, and I feed it the right stuff in the same order that I would generate a star in that system, then I should get the same properties back of the star. And it lets me do so much. Like it's basically the number one key that would enable like a galaxy map, like a cool galaxy map. Like everybody fucks up galaxy maps. It should just be a 3D grid with coordinates, like zero-based coordinates in the center of the grid, and you show like a certain amount of it around the player at a time, like 1,000 squares or something like that. Yes, exactly. And remember, like all my orbits are based on the system clock, so those are also persistent. So you could fly between systems, and the orbits of the planet would be like consistent with the amount of time you've spent traveling. Okay, so this is going to be called calculate shell color and size. And when you're on the galaxy map, you could use the more like you would use this one for like distance calculations, like trying to like this is going to be the simplest one that would get you the information you need to like make a material for stars or something like that. But the more complicated one that gives you the other shit, you can put that in the galaxy map. You could have people like scan a star or some shit like that, and maybe you could pick up some of that information, you know, like intensity or flare size and stuff like that from a distance. Yeah, this is gonna be sweet. Okay, so fuck. I don't remember what these. Okay, I got to figure out what these connect to from here. Okay, that's all random stream. So like all of this can be eliminated. U, and U. Shell color and size, but it needs... It needs a coordinate, though. Okay, I captured too much here. This is fine. Okay, I think I get what I'm gonna end up doing. This. What is this? Scale. Okay. Scale. Shell color. Okay, so we've got this. We're gonna make another. So now I can come back over here. No, it's not connected. Just thinking, so this is my random stream here. Random bool with weights from stream. This is where we initialize it. So I need to, this is fine, but I need another, hang on. Need another one of these. And this one's going to be a little bit more complicated. I just want connection so that it'll show up when I collapse this. Okay. Oops. again, I can take all of this and all of this. Wait, am I making a mistake? Hold up. Yeah, I was making a mistake. Oh my god, it's a little bit overwhelming. Oh, they're not even connected in order. That really blows. How do I even name this? Oh my god. I know. There's gonna be a lot of that. These are all the randoms that are getting used. Alright, so now we have two functions. I need to make, before I do that, I gotta get the names right. Okay, so, can I reorder these? It's a little annoying to me that I did it in this order. Alright, whatever. Corten. This is flare velocity. This is flare count. Wait. Flare count. This is core peak height. This is for fall off. Core luminosity. I gotta do this shit with the planet too, dude. Oh no. Alright, what's 2 connected to? Shell luminosity. Three shall fall off. Like all of this that I'm doing for the star, I got to do the exact same shit for the planet. I mean, maybe not, because it depends on if I want to be able to get planet details from the galaxy map, and I'm not entirely sure I do. I mean, eventually you'd want it for like scanning. You could send out like scanning waves and maybe have a chance to reveal information or something, but for now I think stars will be enough. Shell peak height. Five. Shell noise speed. Alright. So I got this one for in here, and that's fine. Put it over here. Grab this. Put it here. Oh no, did I lose on my... Oh no. Oh man. Super lame. Happened here too for both of them. Oh, gross. Alright, you know what? Don't need this. This is good enough. It can take a stream already. I can roll a stream anywhere. It's good enough. I'm not fucking making 20 more inputs, 20 more outputs or whatever. And not like this. Neat. Alright, there we go. There we go. That's not connected. Okay, good. So now, God, I don't even fucking remember what I was doing. So I don't need this anymore. Don't need this. Don't need this. What I actually need is inside here. Oh no. Which is what happens. Okay, it doesn't like that. Do I? Okay, so wait, hang on. Where was this? Wait, so if I make a function in the construction script, I can use it in the event graph, but not vice versa? Is that what's going on? I mean, I can calculate all the random shit out here. Actually, I might not be able to.
Okay. I gotta make these somewhere else, I think. This is in star initializer. Can I expose this? Oh, no, I built these functions inside of star initializer, but I need them inside solar system. And I think I could build them here and pass them into star initializer, but I don't think I can build them in the child class. Well, I mean, maybe. I'm just trying to figure it out. It says it's public. But I think that means, like, I need an instance of this object. Can it be public static? No. Yeah, that's what I did, and it was all fucked up. Like, not here. Here. This is where I need it. This is annoying. Okay, what if I do this? Oh, wait, did it work? Okay, fine. Fine, I can live with that. Star initializer. I'm in over here. Okay, so that's not too bad. So that's a problem too. Those are local on the star initializer. Grr. I'm sure if I built this better from the start, it wouldn't be having all these problems. This is an issue. There's going to be a lot of stuff like this. And I don't necessarily just want it to move it all up a level, although I guess I could. One thing that I've thought about is this guy could literally just be a set. These guys could move out along with all the relevant variables to the solar system level. And then this could just connect to the sets. Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, true. Well, I don't even think that I would necessarily have to remake it. It's more, I'm more like just don't want to have to fucking copy all these variables, if I'm being completely honest. Laziness is striking. I'm like, I have to move all these out. You copy over everything, right click, and promote to fire in the new. Well, not these. It needs to stream. The problem is that, like, inside of this, I'm using. And inside of. And inside of this, I'm using these two in shell colors. And for me to generate this information at the solar system level, all that stuff got to move out. But I'm trying to think if that's like, and I'm not sure that's like what I have to do. Can I make like an externally callable function on the yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly. But I think I have an idea. So like, if I go to here, this guy, this guy is a seed in a do not spawn star flag. But he's my local star. But I could invoke a method off of him from the solar system level if it's public, and I could pass it a different seed and let him do the calculations, even though he's not spawning it. Even though I'm not spawning a new actor, the existing instance I have should have a method that could get me the information. I think I can do it like that. Maybe. So, like, what do we got here? Any functions? We do. So we got this. So it's public. Yes, this is gonna work. So what I'm saying is, like, I can, from my existing instance of this class, I can invoke these in his context and get the results out of it for a different star without, like, actually setting anything. I think. So, like, for instance, over here we have star initializer, right? And on star initializer, there's a method seed calculate. Oh, I have to do the child object casting. I've done this. I've ran into this several times. This. Here we go. That's all I needed. Boom. And I'm gonna need this guy anyway, so we're gonna do a set on him. So and now, once I do that, I just have this for any seed. However, this does need to connect output links. Can I promote this to an output? Oh, no, it's this. This is the one that I didn't want to deal with. Can I, like... Fuck. Fine. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 8, 9, 10, 11. I really should have made them all float instead of linear colors, but To be fair, this is an opportunity to reorder these in an intelligent way. Luminosity, fall off, peak height. Noise speed, flare count, flare velocity. No. Fine. Last one, core peak height. Ugh. Check it out. There it is. It may be, it might, I don't know if it would be or not, but it might be possible to edit the star off this instance in real time, but I don't think it actually would work with the way it's built right now anyway. Okay, so this is cool. So now we got, like, say we want to know that information about these stars. Delete these guys. Yeah, I don't have to destroy any actors anymore. Oh, this is how to do it. This is gonna be how to do it for sure. Oh shit. There's one other thing that I didn't calculate. Contains star. Do I have context on contains star here? I think I do, actually. But no, that won't work. I have to recalculate it. I just have to recalculate it. That's fine. If you calculate... call this Yeah, is there really any reason to not just use this one? No? Aside from having to reconnect all this bullshit again. I don't need it at all now. Just make them manage their own little instances. Okay. I think this is right. Let's rename this. Seed calculate. Move it into the seed calculations. Those are internal. The other ones are internal functions. These don't even need to be public. Now. Haha. Here's our seed. So we have a thing to take your XYZ and convert it into a seed. And we have various things. That we can feed that seed into. Like this. We can delete that now. We have what we want. Oh. Oh, that's fucking sick. I don't need these. Size. Color. Means star. Select coordinate. Pen. We can something happy. Oh, right. That's oh, it's spinning. It might just crash. I might have to tone down the scan range. Can I escape out before it crashes fully? $10 would be what, 1,000? That should be fine. Maybe. I may have underestimated the expense of doing this. But what I could do okay, what happened? Infinite loop. Nah. Oh god. Wait. No, that's right. What if I started on 5? Is it still an infinite loop? I guess what I'm saying is it truly an infinite loop? Or did you just overflow the call stack? Overflow the call stack. Okay. So it wasn't actually infinite. It was just more than it could handle. The other thing you can do with this is, if it's too expensive to do this, like, all at the same time, you could, like, throttle it onto the event loop or something like that. Instead of driving these for loops as fast as they can go, basically, you could have an event loop, event tick drive each iteration, and it would be slower. But you could write it off like, oh, you're scanning or something. Can I see my output log, please? I want to see my solar system stuff. Size 114. False. Alright, so let's find true stars. Ah. Oh man, it's having a real hard time. Oh my god. Please just work. Okay. So he spun up. Here we go. Looking for trues. Something broke. I think something broke. Okay, we need more logging. Alright, we'll disconnect the XYZ and connect the string coordinate and make sure that's still working. Give me the same coordinate. Okay. Oh. Oh. Okay, my defaults are 0. So -5 and 5.
Doesn't make sense. Let's reduce the complexity of the universe. What? Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Do. What?
I'm definitely wrong in here. Oh, I know what it is. So I needed these after all. Easy to fix. Okay, I puzzled it out. String. I gotta remember that those function calls are the same instance, so they're like it's like a time sensitive thing. So like here it needs to do a set. Oh, that took a little bit to puzzle out. Here, here, here. X, Y, Z. It's gonna work now. No, it didn't. Damn. Alright. Z is causing problems. So Z is going to get some special treatment. Because in this galaxy, Z is a special boy. I didn't see what it looked like. That was about right. Alright, so we got unique seeds for each location. I think they're within ranges again. So now so now let's see if we can scrape some universe information. Let's see if it worked. I see different information here. Star here, different sizes, different colors. This is the way. Now I just you don't care. We literally don't give a shit about this number, what it is, how it corresponds, except for it has to stay between those ranges we looked at. And so now that this works, I can go back here. Okay, here's the real test. For where we're at, this should be persistent. So when I clear this, and I run this again, so now we get a count of the number of stars. 125 stars found. Is that right? I think. So in a 2x2, which is actually like a 5 dimension, or like a 5, but in a 2x2 we found 125 stars. You could take all of these values and multiply them by standardized lengths. Yeah, if you can see, I'm scanning stars from a distance now. This one has a star, this one has a star, these don't. I get the size and color that would be generated. I print out the coordinate. Now I was about to go in here and increase the scan radius a little bit and maybe see how crazy you can get. 100 was too much. Like the game couldn't handle it. Let's try 10. Okay, it managed to do 10. So here's my output log. So I right now have a 20% chance of a star being in a new block. In that scan, it found 9,261 stars. And we can go find them. Like here's one. If you went to this coordinate on the galaxy scale, you would see the star system that has this size and this color as its outer shell. Now, so we found 9,261. Do I still find 9,261? I think so. I think it works. Same number of stars. Is based on the seed. And then you could change the seed of like the whole system and generate new galaxies. This is a galaxy. It's just like, it's not rendered or anything yet, but it is a galaxy. Yeah, so when I did 100, the game thought it was an infinite loop because like the number of iterations was higher than like the max fucking buffer of the size that it would allow for that. 100? No, it's 100 times 100 times 100. Oh, really? So maybe it could do it. I don't know. It didn't take too long for 10. Let's stress test it. Oh, really? Okay, so at 100K, would that be like the cube root? Fuck it. YOLO. We'll know in a second. That was 50. No, actually, that was 100. Minus 50 plus 50. 100 would have actually been 200. Because it's bounded around a positive and a negative range. There's so much in the output log that it can't handle that either. But see, this isn't how you would do it. You would like... let's see. Yeah, there it is. Runaway loop detection. We got up to 40. So I can change that? Because I am curious to see how many stars I find in a space this fucking huge. This is like... I think this is where it started like crapping out. Project settings. Here we go. Probably just crash my whole fucking game to desktop. So it doesn't look like you're going to be able to scan much more than 10 light years or so away from your ship for like passive scanning. Oh, dude, but that it's like real life, man. You can passive scan up close. And you can targeted scan at a distance. And targeted scan will be fine because I don't have to search 10 billion cubes. I only have to search like a little sphere of them off in the distance. So some sort of mechanism for the player to like scan through the grid and then click it and like reveal pieces of it. Okay, so what happened? Oh, it's still going. Yeah, so you'll be able to do a quick scan like 10 light years away from where you're at. And then you'll be able to pick up any stellar coordinates from that. Like, I could actually make it do that right now. Like, just scan and show me colors and coordinates of only the stars that do exist rather than everything. And that would trim the log down. So I'm going to be honest. I don't think the loop is what's taking so long here. I think the fact that it's logging every iteration of the loop is what's taking so long here. I bet that if I change it to only log the successes, it'll go much, much, much faster. I'm actually just going to close the log and hit escape and hopefully break the loop. Right, it has to write the log file. It has to, and like memory operations are fast, but write operations are slow. So I think I just gotta make it only log the successful hits on stars, which would be more realistic to what you would do with a galaxy search anyway. And the cool thing about this is like you can use this coordinate system for other things because all it is a random seed that you use to do anything with, right? So if I wanted to have like events spawn out in space sometimes, you could do that. You could do all kinds of stuff procedurally with this. The same way I can have a star spawn at like a 0.2% chance, I could have like a 0.05% chance that when you move through an empty cube, you get interdicted by pirates or that kind of shit. And you wouldn't know which cubes are going to do it until you actually go through them and like literally travel through them in a line between two other systems. Yeah, I've thoroughly fucked the engine by trying to feed it this many loop iterations. Wait, is it back? It might be back. It's not back. Oh, is it gonna be? Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be a bad end if I just control delete this? Let's see. Hey man, I'm also a tester. There we go. I mean, to be fair, it's like I kind of asked for it, right? Like a million loop iterations. How about 10 million? Probably better at a million, and just keep the scan range a little bit smaller. All right. Jesus Christ.
What? Going for a ride. Oh my god. Am I back? Am I alive? Okay, so I'm not gonna do that again. Cancel. Definitely want to save any changes to this document. Save. Don't save. Don't save. Alright. Hopefully I kept all my shit. We'll turn it back down to 1,000,000 just to be safe, because I don't want to end up with like a infinite loop somewhere else making me do that. Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, it fucking it crashed like a serious crash. They took the operating system down with it. It recovered eventually, but it was like I couldn't do anything for a couple minutes there. It's alright. Like I said, I'm just gonna turn it back down and do a smaller search. Yep. Keep the loop size under what your 32 gigabytes of RAM can hold, probably. Okay. I remember. I was in the solar system. Alright, we back. This guy. Okay. Scan string. last but not least, we get this, and then branch.
So this is why. Oh, dude, it's getting good. This is why making these all separate functions is cool, because now I just have to check the one thing to see if it's going to contain a star or not. And then if it does, then I can calculate the shell color size.
I need to know about your phone so I can start the laundry.
I said I had it.
Oh, you did? Okay, thanks. Also, if you have any dishes downstairs that need to be washed, including Charlie bowls, then please bring them up.
Okay.
All right. Quick break.
All right, I'm back. So like this. So when all the loops in, we do this. Wait, did I not? I didn't connect something. Okay. Convert the XYZ to Z. Calculate if it contains a star. Don't need these guys anymore. From the instance.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah. Okay. So start initializer is wrong slightly. This equals seed. What is my seed, though? Yeah, so the how could I do this? Oh, I don't need this shit anymore. Delete. Delete. Doesn't. We don't do anything. The problem is this is not working properly. If this equals the seed, should be right, or this, then contains a star. Okay, save compile. Let's try this again. Damn it. Shit. Maybe this is the wrong operation. I just branch these are equal. It always contains a star. Don't need this. Bam. Right? It's gonna work, right? Nah, fuck. Am I too far away? Where's my player start? Where's my star initializer? The scales could be off. See, now it should be visible for sure. Okay, so that's an issue. What do I want to do with this? How do I do this? Seed contains star. No. That's a different language. Yeah, why don't I just do this? What was that? Okay, they fucked up again. I think I lost like something that I fixed when it crashed, but so output log. Override true. If true, it's true. Okay, there's one. Break this link. Override false. If it's true, we return one that does not contain a star. then finally, does this return functions execution? Okay, so this is fine. Like this is gonna bail. Like if it doesn't. Oh no, I can't do it like this actually. Wait a second. Maybe I can. If I have override true on, we just bail and return contains a star. If it's false, we continue execute. Yeah, this is fine. Finally, if neither of these are true, we can do this. And save that file. Back over here. This guy. An idea. But this isn't where I need the override. I need the override in the spawn for here. So what if I were to like drop another solar system? That's wrong though. Ah, do. Nice. I'm trying to make this override work properly. See, that's wrong. Wrong. I fixed this bug a little while ago. Wait, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3. It might be okay actually. Hang on. It might actually be okay. Yeah, it's fine. That's a perfectly acceptable seed. Okay. So this is what I'm getting at 0, 0. So I can just go back to, okay, I got it. That was actually exactly what I needed to find out right there. Okay, that's fine. There it is. Should fix. Fuck. What? Like something not visible in. And now for this one, this goes here. Break this. For this guy, we can just do this. Calculate all this stuff. When you're done with that, with the seed, when you're done with that, if it contains a star, and we're going to override that true if it's the home address. If that's true, spawn the actor, all the set values. Oh yeah, and I still have to make everything like attach. Have to make my sky sphere attached to the player. Again. Broke that while I was doing all this other shit. I don't... Save file. Save compile. Delete. But how? Oh. Oh. Hello. God damn it. I had this working. Wait, was that the correct seed again? Yeah, it was. Alright. Getting there. Now a big blazing star. Yep. There it is. Okay, so now we can always override 0 to have a star. Oh, it's slow. It must be doing its out. Maybe it's doing its loop. Alright. Back online. Alright, so that's actually kind of nice though. It's the end of the construction script for this one. I'll probably bring it back for like a placeholder object. This is working again, thank God. And this probably just needs to be connected. Oh, fuck. Fucking derp. Alright. I am a little too close to the star. But we can fix that. Bump this back up to like... There we go. So it found 113 stars. This is the initializer firing off. It has a size of 192. It's all green. Second color is mostly green. Blends it out into those colors. So I would say that even the spawn rate is too high at 20%. That was in star initializer. Stop. Turn the scan range up. Reduce the chance of spawning. "35 stars within 7 light years." That seems a little bit more realistic. And so we're able to control the distribution of stars in the galaxy too. Like the density. And any kind of like stellar body you want to build a level around, you could do this with. Like, it doesn't have to be a star. Like, you could build a black hole object and have those occupy some spaces. Maybe like a big, like even just like a space station could be like a block. You put whatever you want. Okay, that's coordinates. So now, take this guy. This actually had one in it. I see. I see. This is the actual number that it's supposed to be. Okay, I see what's going on. Like, it's gonna, in the only case where the x, y, and z are 0, zero, zero, zero. Okay. No, this is a pretty useful one. Spun this, seed it with this. Over here. Feel like I'm taking crazy pills. There it is. Alright, so this is the fun part. So now we have coordinate list. Ooh, it's gonna be way down. 105 stars in, I think, 7 light years. So 14, a big circle. Copy this. Okay. So now I can take this and I can look at the stellar coordinates. So let's find a big one. One close to us, 2, 0, -3. Two, 0, -3. We have Warped between stars. It's going a little slow though. It's probably the scan. And here's the fun part. I should have a new output log full of stars. Less stars this time, but they are fairly evenly distributed. But this one is going to be centered around the new location. So this is like the new local group from where this guy is now. Oh my god, that's fucking sick. Okay. So it's the biggest one I can find in this list. $750 is pretty big. $750. Wait, what? Oh shit! You missed out on some cool shit. Sorry. I think I just need to restart my stream basically. Hold up.